works. Check out the chat. I think we're on. We're on. Let me open the Twitch dashboard so I can see what's going to be intercepted by Mr. Simon when he writes some weird stuff. Anyway, we have so many things to do, guys. Morning, Logan. Sorry, guys, for being a bit late, but family first, you know that. Had to take care of the little one, put him into the daycare. Not daycare, into the grandma's care for now. And that's basically it. Now, if I check it out here, just a second. Creator dashboard, I believe. And then I have to go to Stream Manager. Ah, this is where there's all bells and whistles. Okay. I can preemptively time out Simon if you want. No. You know how it is. He has a special place in my heart. Okay, some background music. Sky Meadow, Liquid DMB mixed to focus and relax. Yo, I had a couple of problems. Well, not a couple only, but a lot of problems, especially with this Ghost Rider. No, Ghost Rider, he's like a skeleton horseman. And I'm currently working on him. And I figured out that when he's attacking, there's no like an attack animation triggering the weapon that he has in inventory. So I was trying to fix it by re-importing his animations and so on. But I'm not sure if it's gonna work correctly or not. So that's kind of a bummer. And besides that, when I use the importer for the textures, I have a lot of other problems as well. So I'm gonna have to reword this in the unit scene itself. It's hacky. It kind of works, but you have to know how to... Oh, okay, I fixed it, I guess. Look at that. Well, that kind of worked. But will he charge? Yep, charge is in here. Good. So far, so good. I think I can reword it now safely. And I can safely say that there is like... This implemented correctly. By the way, I also added the disability that you can't really pull with voice sphere bosses anymore, you know, because there was a huge exploit that Tutri did. He was actually pulling all the bosses into the pits, so that was a no-no. And I figured out one thing: knockback resistance didn't work as it should. Now it works. So some bosses have like really huge knockback resistance as well. Besides that, I think we're ready to check it out again. And I can modify the unit itself. Here I can say that the AI brain can be on debug none. That's okay. Does the void sphere not account for knockback resist? Now it does. Otherwise it didn't. But for example, like the destroyer demon and so on, they have like 10,000 knockback resistance. Same goes for the archlich. I made him like immune to the icy surface, so he's not gonna be slippering all the way around. And he doesn't get any knockback applied. You know, because otherwise that was just insane. And yesterday when we were playing for a bit, I saw that there was like unholy amount of damage being done with a couple of Starfall runes and a Poison Bow. And I think there's something regarding the damage detection in those combinations. Okay. Okay, the dude is swinging. We've added the tombstones. I still kind of have to fix the animation so that hit actually will do something to it, you know. Currently it's not jiggling and so on. But if I take a look at the crafting tree, something like that, tree, something tree. Leafy tree, I believe. Leafy tree. Here I have health component and I have flash sprite on damage and destroy on that. And show FCT, that's good. Aha, the hit material is probably missing in my tombstone. So I've split the tombstones in 3 types. Bow, this is spawning archers. Shield, which is spawning like skull crushers. And a skull, that's for the summoners. For the necromancers. I think it kind of makes sense. Owner sprite path. I think here we have a problem. Yeah, because this should flash. How you been, dude? What you been working on? How's the Python going? I didn't ask you this for a very long time, dude. You told me that you were working on sheets, that you wanted to remake a lot of things regarding the tabletop game. But I'm all ears, buddy. Now maybe this will work. Hopefully. Ah, still trying to crank out the sheets, that's good. Good and interesting. Yeah, I guess this is kind of true. Every time in the development, last 10% is the 80%. Okay, it flashes. And that's good. That's what I wanted to have, like an indicator that it flashes, and that's it. Basically, it means that it's destroyable. So, coding is going well on my last Python course now. Cool. That's very cool, dude. Hit particles, max health 100. Yeah, the tombs are going to be much more healthier. And the tombs are going to appear in the cavernous depths. Then you start C. How awesome is that? Going low level, are we? Okay, tombstone trap. We have to modify the test level, so we're not gonna spawn these things anymore. Setting the spawner limit to 0. By the way, I buffed even the destroyer pretty much. So the dude is gonna be much more challenging. And I nerfed the sunfire. I mean sun armor. So a chance of you getting like 0 damage from the fire creatures is going to be like close to 0. But that's okay. Okay, tombstone. Now, one of the last things that I want to do is this. That, yo, I renamed this thing. Come on, how did I rename this thing? Tell me. I always rename the root name of the node. Let's see, level was modified a bit. Nothing special, just remove a couple of things and that's basically it, probably. What is that? Type no 2D. Okay, okay. Blah. Spell 1. So on. Alright, this might be crazy, but would it be possible to have the tombstones be linked to enemies? Like, you would have to destroy the tombstones to start damaging an enemy. Hey, that's a cool idea, dude. That's a cool idea. I mean, everything is possible, it's just a question of time. I have to say it like that, you know. That's a really cool idea, dude. Huh. I wonder. I mean, it would be already cool if they would have like the area of effect, you know, for example, the radius of tombstone. I don't know, one tombstone gives you like HP regeneration to certain enemies. Other one is boosting, you know them. So that's like kind of, you know, Ah, tombstones in the boss battle as well. You know, like, this tombstone is buffing the undead units HP regen, other is buffing their movement speed, other is buffing that, and then you have to be more tactical. And they're also respawning the enemies, you know, I have like 20 seconds cooldown and it respawns something. Or maybe there could be something that's in synergy with the tombstone. We could call it maybe, I don't know, let's see, the decorations or interactables. Give me a second. Interactables. If we have tombstones like a statue, unholy statue or something, big one, and then it's not completely dependent on the type of enemies it's spawning, but currently I'm spawning like, have the ability to spawn 4 of them, and instead of spawning 4 of them at the same place, there could be like, yeah, that's actually a very good concept, dude. Yeah, currently these icons are like icons for the characters that are being spawned, you know, like this is going to spawn skeleton archers, necromancer, crushers as well. Now for the buffs we could add also something, but maybe just throw in a curveball a bit, make it a different shape, I don't know, different icon, make it lower or something. You know, so that it will stand out a bit more that, okay, now this is regarding the buffs and something else. It's not a spawning thing, but it's more like a memorial, I don't know. Let's see. Tombstones. Cemetery decorations, let's check them out. And then we can have a small graveyard and a big graveyard, and the chance for spawning a smaller is much bigger. But I have still one problem. I don't let the NPCs destroy like the tombstones and so on, you know. That's one thing. So for example, if dinos stumble upon the graveyard, that's going to be problematic, you know. Maybe we're gonna have to think about that as well. For final level, I was thinking the cavernous depths. Not yet for the final level, if I make sense. Hello Nehes, yo! What do you think, Logan? Because we're currently quite empty on the cavernous depths. We have like a lot of... Lots of what is it called? Sorry for losing my train of thought, but we have lots of normal, ordinary camps, and that kind of sucks. We have to spice it up a bit. Like that. Oh, that's horizontal flip. Let's make it vertical. Okay, for the outline concept, it's going to be better. I'm just gonna put it like that. And then we're gonna do the shadowing and so on, but it's going to represent, okay, that this is doing something else. It's not a spawner, it's something else. Looks like Matroshka doll. I don't know if you know the Russian dolls. Babushka, we call them here. Like this. Final level has a ton of berserkers. So, I'm not sure if you were here when we were working on berserkers, but the Northmen are there. And the more you hit them, the more buffs they get, you know? Mm-hmm. Agree. And maybe a spawner, a tree that is spawning this, you know. Corrupted tree. And a bit stronger maybe as well. We still have the whole orc faction as well if we ever want to expand on the game, you know. So we have to keep that in mind. The greenskins I can go with dark elves and everything. We got them in our pocket definitely. Okay, again something that can take a lot of time. We'll see. How much time we're gonna sink on it? Probably not a lot. Just differentiate it a bit. So it doesn't look like an ordinary tombstone, it looks more like something else. We're not gonna use crosses. This isn't like an ordinary world. Kinda looks okay. Maybe like this. Just to give it like, you know, there's like a bump here and so on. What if I do even this? And that's already too much. Good, now the symbol. We have to think about the symbolism as well. It's more like a magic buff. What do you say? I'm thinking about stealing something. Dead Norseman? Huh. It's possible. Makes sense. Dead Norsemen or bandits or other creatures. But then something unholy came, you know. World building. Oh, I'm thinking about adding like a bottle of water or something. So we can work on the crafting more then later. Let's see. The crosses was one thing. Let's make it more a book. Yes, let's make a book. It feels magical, like a heavy priest was buried here or something, or I don't know. Maybe this one, or if we take a look at the UI elements. I have a magic symbol somewhere here. It's basically the same as the for projectiles. But... Are these wings? The wings seem... good as well. Let me just steal a couple of them for the reference. Or this, if it was glowing or something, could be also interesting. You know, like making a small pulsating effect on the orbs. So you know that like magic is being radiated through the cracks or something, or I don't know. Freestyling. Because if I put it like this, it looks cracky a bit. Ah, magic particles, exactly. That's another possibility as well from the whole tombstone. Moving this one back here. But the book is too big, at least for now. At least that's what she said, right? If I try to chip you away from here, make you like a holy tablet or something. You really like the contrast with the electric dash and poison fog? Uh-huh. Yeah, it's cool, right? I try to stick to this rule, yeah. There's like, you know, a normal, how should I say, pixel art, but the magic effects and the special effects, they have like vectorish feel to it. One more pixel. And this one will have the most HP, probably. You know, the nerfing effect. Now we have to make it look like it's stamped on it. Now it looks like an altar for an unholy scripture. Yo, 23, Morgan! Yeah. That's giving it more perspective, like, at least I think so. No, not really. Second. Good enough, I just want to recolor it a bit. Maybe if this is a book on the altar itself, I think we could kind of color it appropriately as well. Yeah, we're gonna do it. It's like an altar, different altar. And this is going to be radiating like the buffs for the undead. And then depending on the buff this altar represents, we could say, for example, this is increasing their health regen. That could be on a book. This is increasing their movement speed. This could be on a book. And then we could have a graveyard with a couple of these randomly set out, you know. Yo, that'd be sick. Exactly. I think we'd go for different colored books. Keep the magic particle effects the same. Only the icon here could be different. I think that would work well. But I wonder if I'm gonna make it a bit bigger. More squarish. I think it's good enough. Or maybe I can cut it off like that. Feels better a bit. Like this. This line here should be like that probably. So it's more symmetrical. I think it's okay. Now the bookmaking. The book has to be big enough to host the icon. Like a meaningful icon. Long time ago, I had a lot of sprites purchased from an asset seller. Items, book. Yo. We got some books here. Okay, we need a simple template. I think we're gonna have to just flip it. Yo, this is huge. Who the hell holds a book like that? That's huge. Yo, unrestricted use Solacorium free. What was going on? What's going on? Thanks for looking at the appropriate chat, dude. Yeah. Mr. didn't do nothing. What was going on? Why did you get banned? Or what happened? Probably he was chatting with a streamer girl or something, huh? Joking. We won't share, wink wink. That's too big. I still can't believe that this is a thing, you know, like... girls posing in different undies on Twitch, like, why? Well, that's huge as F. I'm going back to the normal size. To this one. I'm gonna try to keep it the same size with the pixels. So that's 20 pixels wide. And this one is also 20 pixels wide. This is going to make less of a headaches in the future. If we want to spawn them like equally spaced out. At least that's what I think is gonna happen. Not as many headaches. Maybe we're gonna modify this one as well. Put it down a bit, like that. Ah! Don't select this one. Okay, now this is more squarish, but for the book, we're gonna increase it a bit. A wee bit, like that. Okay. Like this. So it's gonna take up the full place. Full space of it. Okay. Yeah, it's too huge, isn't it? What am I doing? Now we have enough space for drawing some symbols on. So maybe we're gonna steal UI elements. This one. Rejuvenation. But we're gonna have to keep it more simpler. So I'm just thinking about recoloring the thing to more like a book color, bookish color. You know what they say, don't judge the book by its cover. Darker, no. The pages are brighter, definitely. Let's take this one for the reference as well. What if I try to do something unconventional here? I take this thing, grab it here by the edges, and I try to shrink it just a teeny weeny bit. Like this. What's gonna happen? Still too big. Grabbing it more. One more pixel. Like this. That could be good. Okay, we're gonna make some place for this thing. Let's recolor it. Jesus Christ, I'm starting to boil in my room. Just a matter of time. Like this. So far, so good. But we're gonna kind of try to keep it like on the altar. Okay. Maybe we're gonna recolor it a bit differently here. Seems like a better book now. More fitting the style. Removing the unnecessary icons as well. Let's color it. There we go. A health shrine and so on. Okay-ish. I'll see. Let me just check out the chat a bit. Ho 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 ho. All my life I didn't not do anything, Solocorium Free says. You can tell me, I won't share. May I get testicular torsion if I'm lying? Oh, Jesus. May Zeus strike me from the heavens. Philip told me if he gets to 300 wishless he'll do bikini stream with Simon. Oh my god. Simon's idea. Exactly. 50 bucks for piece of clothing off. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna dress up like a polar bear, you know. 200 in that case. I think you could ask for more with that frame, Simon. Well, Well. You guys. We also agreed to the conditions that Simon agreed to. I mean, I'm not denying it, but guys, we're past 300 wish lists. We're sitting at 412. So, it's progressing somewhere. It's going. So yesterday we got like 5. One was unwishlisted. But yeah. I have to roll up the sleeves very hard now, guys. You guys. Naughty minds. Now I wonder if I'm gonna just make simple books that are gonna be then placed up here, spawned correctly, or am I gonna make like different shrines completely? I think I'm gonna go with the full pixel art for the shrine and that's it. Because then in the... what is it called? In the picker? For chances, loot table, I have more control over it. At least in my setup, current setup. But we're gonna use some correct colors for this thing. A red book. Let's make it yellowish. Good. Red one. Open. Dupen. Removing. I've seen the Google profile picture, I know what I'm getting into. Ay, you guys naughty. I was looking at the clips from 2 years ago. There's my face, I had my camera enabled then. But you know, when brainstorming too long, you know, starting to grin, I decided no, I have to spare the internet. Okay, here's a darker version of the book. A heart is here, now we're going with the... what should I slap on you? A sword or something? Or might? Ah, boots of speed. Yo, does it fit? Barely. I could just leave the boots. Come on. Like this. Can I put it in like that? Alright. Well. Okay, ish. Maybe I can cut it off up here, like that. Good enough. Maybe for the contrasting reasons I'm gonna slap on a different color. Not brown. Otherwise it looks like a book of poop. Adding some More contrast to the thing. Yeah, that makes it look better. I guess maybe some slappity slap here. Too similar. Okay, some chat. Too much nose picking, exactly. Did I get banned again? Okay, no, I got another message failed to send just now. Oh. Gotta flex my power on someone other than Simon. Simon is used to use and abuse at this point. Yeah, he is. You know. I don't want to be rude, but yeah. I mean, you know, calling him innocent, that would be like, you know, I would catch flames immediately. So I just might call him the correct word as well, but I won't. Still pretending to have some dignity. I think he's starting to ask for it. Might as well call him. Yeah, no. You see? Just his presence kind of has a weird effect on everything. Oh guys, I think I feel like something's lurking in my bowel movement, I'd say. I mean, I drank coffee, that's for sure. Oh, this is some Ooga Booga pictures. Unka Unka. What if I make it like that? No, I don't like it. I'm just gonna keep the same old lines that I have. No hard stuff. Here we go. No love like tough love. Yeah. Oh, you fellas. There we go, like this. I think it's better. Making it a bit narrower. Yeah, why the hell not? There we go. Yes, I feel sweat dripping down my neck. I gotta find the remote for the air conditioner. What do you guys endure better? Cold or warmth? Yo, 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 yo. Hopefully Philip doesn't get a raid. If they see this chat, they will know we're all weirdos. Well, you can't hide it, you know. Cold is much easier, yeah, I also agree. I mean, I suffer in the warmth. You know what? I'm just gonna copy this one. Bada bing, bada boom. Now I just have to figure out how we're gonna wire this area of effect to the Trap Master. And now here comes the uber strong bicep somewhere. Items. Wow, we still have a lot of axes and hammers to create. Boom. I also added like decorations, so hopefully they will spawn in the graveyard. Some bones. Now where is it? UI element. Yeah. Yeah. Schwarze. We're gonna have the big muscly arm. And it's going to be so awesome that it's going to be out of the book. I mean, you can't handle the strong biceps, you know. Yeah. Exactly, off the page. Oh, while doing this, cough is creeping in, guys. I'm so sorry, but I'm losing a battle here. I'm losing a battle, I have to go. Be right back. Thanks for taking care, guys. I did not die. Let me see what I missed. Yo. Okay, climbing talks and so on. Nerding out stuff again. Okay. You guys have a lot of... You had a scare regarding not eating enough fiber. I get you, buddy. I get you. We green ones, you know, greenskins. We eat a lot of fiber otherwise. Just to Sophie, thanks. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Still a work in progress, but yeah, it's getting somewhere. Currently we're adding like tombstones, magical effects to them, so that the undeads that are being spawned in the graveyard are gonna have like bonuses, you know, a bit stronger arms and so on. And we're making like a biceps bigger than the whole page. So that's a wishlisted excitement. Thanks. Thanks for wishlisting. But you guys, if you eat beans and so on, porridge, I believe as well, has lots of fibers. Veggies and so on. Okay, we're gonna go with 3 for now. So boosting HP regen, boosting general power, we'd say, and movement speed. I think that's the holy trio. Yeah. Saving it, we're gonna cut it up. And what should we call it? We have a tombstone. And we're gonna call it tombstone buff. I don't know, tombstone buff. Buff tombstone. And the first one's gonna be HP regen or health regen. Second one is gonna be movement speed. Oh, for real? That sucks, dude. Fiber is good for you. Beans. Beans are awesome. Movement speed, and what else do we have? HP regen, movement speed, and there was something else. What did I draw here? Ah, strength. Or we could just call it increased damage or strength, I don't know. Damage. We're gonna buff all of the damage types. I'm not gonna split it like into the melee power, range power, and so on. So we have to make it a bit universal. Maybe this thingy is not going to represent it well enough. We'll see. Or maybe it will. Split personalities. So this is damage. Height 20, 35, no good. 34 seems good, right? Did I use 30, 34, something like that? 22. 22, okay, 22. A bit wider. 22, 24, then health regen. How do you like the tunes, guys? It feels good, to me at least now, currently. I like the tunes. So, because otherwise I just eat cheese, meat and potatoes. And fruit if I get some for free. Who's giving out free fruit? Sign me up. My parents, lol. Oh. You guys. Fruit is awesome. There we go. Now this is considered as a trap. Bow tombstone trap. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate one and call it Skull Buff Tombstone or Buff Tombstone. Damage buff tombstone trap. Ah. Let's see how to wire this to work. It's gonna be trickier. Sorry if you guys hear the crunching, I'm eating like dried out fruits. Bananas. Some raisins. When I was a little one I used to hate raisins, but now I adore them. Clementine. Just rubbing it in my guts. Okay. Ah, it's necklace. Does any of you guys grow something at home? Like either parrots and so on? Do you have a culture of that? You know, having your own garden? Let me find another trap. Trap master asset. I think we're gonna have to extend the shooter trap. Like... this one. It's gonna be much better fit. Purple mushroom spore trap, purple shooter mushroom. Okay. I'm gonna take a look at the naming that we have here. Bow tombstone trap, not this one. Buff. Buff tombstone. Or buff tombstone. Damage. The naming of things is... Don't judge me. Okay, now this thing is gonna have like its own sprite 2D. We don't need any special animations. Sprite 2D. So far so good. I think it's being dragged out from the... There we go, this one. Flash on sprite damage, that's okay. Now the sprite itself has to be turned to buff something. Damage, here we go. We bulky. Offset it up by -10. Yeah, a bit more. -12. That's about right. And now the collision shape has to be modified as well. It's gonna become capsule shape and rotated by 90 degrees. Like this. 0. Okay. And the thing for the HP is going to be modified as well. So let me just change the capsule. Ah, good enough. Why the hell not? Shooting component. Now, this thing, instead of shooting spores, we're gonna make it trigger like a radius effect, something, I don't know. Still not sure how this is going to work. We'll figure out as we go. So Solocorium says we have a lemon tree. And then also an olive tree that I don't think has ever made a single olive. That's a bummer. So Logan says that younger generation has problem and that his wife has a death touch. That when she touches anything, like a plant, she'd kill them ASAP. Yeah. I get it, Solocorium. Okay, these sprite frames, I think I can just make them invisible. Owner pet is purple mushroom trap. Oh, have to rename this one. Buff tombstone damage. And then the shooting component. Enable shooting on, cooldown time 7. Maybe 10. Pre-fire, use pre-fire delay. What did I have for direction source node? I can't there's like a rotate component. But what do I rotate? The shooting. Enable rotation, so this is when I was spinning stuff. I don't need that in this case anymore. Because it's going to be like area of effect. Sensor component having vision here. Okay, so this is wiring like things together. I'm looking at how sensitive is the mic. If you guys are like really annoyed by me chewing stuff, just let me know, okay? It's like a snack. Okay. There we go. Oh, sorry about that. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So, now the buff. I'm not sure if I have it implemented in the shooter component in a way that it can shoot buffs. How the hell are we gonna do that? Just gonna close up a couple of things. So far so good. Putting this one here, and then we can say, for example, shooter component. How do you little fella work? I trigger shoot, and what do I do with shoot? I shoot in a direction. I have a problem because, this thing doesn't have an inventory. So the item kind of has to live on the trap master. But that's problematic. If I have like multiple tombstones and they're referencing like all same item, that's not gonna work well. Wow, this is a shitty situation we're in. Huh. See, something comes and bites you back later, that's always a thing. What if, what if, what if? What if I would be like fetching stuff from the sensor component? I'd make it a bit bigger here and I'd wire it to items somehow. Well, that's a possibility. Oh, Nehes. Sorry to hear that. Again, some weird co-worker? Tell me about it. I get you. AoE indicator. What if I slap in here? For example, defensive one. What's gonna happen? Okay. We could kind of fake the area. So the scale of this thing would be a bit bigger. Scale is 100, that's 100 pixels. It's a bit small, isn't it? What if we do 200? That's a nice radius. Is it 200 pixels? I don't have a feeling that it is. It's basically half. Okay. What if we make it then 300? That's 150. That's a nice radius. Okay, 150. So Nehes says the lead dev that thinks he is an alpha and omega and knows everything and he is always right when he isn't. Such people piss me off the most. Yep. And a lot of people have ego troubles, I know that as well. Those people suck. Especially people who can't admit when they're wrong. He's been listening to Cloud a bit too much. That's probably frequent occurrence, right? Now for the sensor component, I could somehow slap in a child. Wait a minute. If I make this editable as a child... no, I don't have anything in here. But if I slap in something in a similar way, like... area of effect weapon. What do I have here? Not this one. This one maybe? And then I could kind of wire the sensor component to this sensor. So this would pick up the correct collisions, like units, buildings, tall obstacles and so on. I could make it only pick up the units and sensors. I think this will work. Okay. And I wonder if I slap in something here. Instead of shooting component, I'd say item use component. Use item component. Huh. I'll specify the item ID and I'd fetch the target from the AOE hit sensor and pass it in. And that be propagated like... to the item that's stored in the... Yeah. Do I have use item component? Let's see, shooting component. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it because sometimes you need duct tape. And this is one of those situations. Okay. I'm gonna slippity slappity up here. Use item component. Checking it to shooter component. Shoot component. Shooting component. So it's coming from this place. Already custom. Huh. Do I need to use item or can I somehow wrap this one in? Let's start the delay on shooting enabled is ready to shoot. This could be like renamed is ready to use. Trap master current item. Force use item, and what do I pass in here? Let's use arguments, shoot direction, shoot origin, so this is specific for that. Okay. Gonna leave it, make a separate one. But we're gonna steal a lot of stuff here. It's gonna be pretty simple. It's going to expose, like, instead of weapon ID, we're gonna expose the item ID. And the same function that's being reused here is definitely going to be add item if not already added. That's the thing. I could go make a separate class for that and then inherit both of the things. Use item component and shoot component from that. So maybe, just maybe this is exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna say that shooting component is going to inherit from use item component. If we're not gonna break some stuff from here. And instead of weapon ID, we could just simply say item ID. We have bow, tombstone, and a couple of other ones, spore shooters as well. Okay, I just have to rename those to item ID. What if? 1 piccolo secondo. Weapon ID gets renamed to item ID. What happens here? It still stays the weapon ID. Not the most optimal thing, but let's do it like that. Slappity slappy here. So I'm modifying all the underlying scenes which use the old name of the property, otherwise it would be broken. And last but not least this one. And I think that we don't need this one here anymore, because it's coming from the use item component. Yeah, Solacorium said, you're absolutely right, exactly. They agree with everything, right? Let's call this one protected. And then instead of having a separate implementation here, come on, we're just gonna slap this one in here. And we can remove it. And the trap master has to be here as well. And all of these things, huh? Okay. We're lifting it up a bit. Okay, your own resources being also added here. Trap master, current item, and so on. That seems to be good. Waiting for pre-fire shot. Maybe this is a shooting component specific. I have to take a look. First shot pending. Yo, Jesus Christ, what was I doing here? Direction source and so on. Huh. Specifics. But here we could say that we already do this here. And we're gonna be initializing the things here as well. Cooldown time, pre-fire Q timer. Use pre-fire delay. Use pre-use delay. We can rename it. And pre-use queue timer. This is actually like coloring stuff. Before you use it, you can give like a heads up to the player. Okay, something's going to be used, but we're trying to make it more generic now, instead of writing it only for the shooter weapons, if I make any sense. Enable shooting. Yeah, they're very good at tapping you on the back, LLMs, on your shoulders. That's for sure. Okay, I'm gonna move this one up as well. And instead of enable shooting, enable using. Call it using. Or item use. Probably something that will change as well. And then we also modify these things. Okay. So far so good. Cooldown timer, pre-fire timer. We're gonna rename this one. Where's the use timer? Cooldown timer is here, and that's there. Okay, lifting it. To the base one. I'm gonna move this all the way up. The pre-fire queue timer is going to be renamed pre-use. So I have it in the here. Okay, shooting component has to be modified as well. The node name of this is changing to from pre-fire to pre-use. Jesus Christ, I don't see anything. I think it's okay. Pre-use timer like that. And then the things that we're gonna be wiring up. Okay. I'm gonna call it on cooldown timer timeout. And on pre-use timer timeout as well. Okay. Update timer state. Where do I use this? Set shooting enabled. And update timer state. Refresh configuration. Okay, okay. Is this being used anywhere else? I don't believe it is. Nahis says, well, Codex is useful to write tests. I'm not using it in my code, but I use it to create tests in CI pipelines. Stuff that I always say that and do what I enjoy, creating stuff and coding. Yeah, and summarizing commits. I use it for the updates, man. A lot. Reading through the commits and so on. Yeah, Jesus. Okay, why is this not named correctly? Uh-huh. I still have to lift these things up because I can. Okay. Use random start delay. Okay, that's all good. And now after ready custom, this is where the update timer state happens. I subscribe to events here. Okay. Another one that can be lifted. Signal name pre-fire started. Where do I listen to you? In the trap itself. Okay. Also, we're gonna rename it a bit. Pre-use started and use event. Lift it up. Pre-use started. Smaller S. I'm doing this AI cert at the moment and I feel so dirty that I only do MD files and prompts, but what can I do? Do the cert or lose the job. Oh, guys. Don't want to even get into the AI stuff anymore. Because, it's... At least for our profession of software engineers, I think it's pretty grim. No matter what you do or how you defend it, you know. Everything comes down to the price. Set shooting enabled. Aha, now this one, shoot direction and shoot origin. I'm gonna make this... Where is it being used? Private shooting component, 1 second. From nowhere else. Agentic conductor on my CV. The fuck? Get start delay. We're gonna move this all up here. Basically, I'm copying from the right to the left a lot of things. In the end, I'm just going to overwrite the fire shot, but this is going to be like a virtual method called use item. Is it ready to use? Guys, agents, ever heard of them? Non-technical leadership, by the way. I bet that they have all, like, you know, wet panties. Anyway. You can't fight the progress, that's how they say, you know. They always choose something that's cheaper to maintain. And if it's already 1 cent cheaper, probably. That's the main balance. At least I think so. Now fire shot is gonna be renamed to use item. Ah, actually we're gonna slap it here. Protected virtual void. Use item. And in the base implementation of this thing, we're not gonna use anything. We're just gonna emit use item. Do I have to send something with it? Not even that. So like this. And then here we say not fire shot, but use item. Protected override. Okay. These directions are okay. The fire is still being emitted here. I could just use pre-fire started. I'm gonna remove this like completely. So the direction specified, it's okay if it's in shooting component. I don't have any grudges against this. But what is this? Shooting component for a shot pending. Yeah, this is also going to be moved. That's like pre-use. I mean, I try to stay positive. I believe in 2-3 years we will be thousands. There will be like thousands job openings. Please fix my vibe coded apps. I don't know what is happening. I don't know, man. I really don't. But I have this nasty feeling that you know, even now, how the computer and everything works gets clouded each generation, I'd say, you know, because you're adding another layer on top of how you do stuff, you know. I just think that people are going to, in the end, it's gonna happen that probably not a lot of people will know basic stuff. At least that's the feeling that I kind of get with the whole thing. Every developer I know is basically saying they will basically only continue employment if they can sign a contract that they can't be held responsible if code fails in production because of the AI workflow. I completely agree. But the creepiest part is, if you take a look at the economics of this thing, you know, it's like burning through money very, very badly. And now everybody's jumping on the AI hype train. They're integrating the tools very, very much into their workflow. And they're making themselves really dependent on the big corporations like Claude, ChatGPT, and so on, right? You know what usually happens in corporate software? First you give out something for free or very discounted, and when they're dependent on you, bam, then you start milking them out as much as possible. And once you have everything tightly integrated in your infrastructure and so on, doing a big migration to anything, it's like really hard. And I think that, you know, of course the CEOs of AI companies and so on, they're all on the hype train. But I wonder what's gonna happen when people realize, because they seem to forget, that this price that we're paying currently for the language model is like really heavily discounted. It's Johnny Silverhand time. Exactly. I mean, it's creeping me out if I'm honest. So I move the fire, and here I'm gonna use this one. Moving all up. Johnny Silverhand time. Waiting for pre-use. Where's that? Still here? Still here. Okay, this has been added. Now here, still moving it up. The basic one. Also lifting it higher. Even higher. So far so good. A lot of copy pasting from right side probably. I'd be much faster starting there and renaming that, but no. That's just how it is sometimes, at least on my part. And then on set shooting enabled, this is going to be renamed set using enabled, if I ever want to use that. And also move it here. Now the only thing that's being written here that's overridden is actually use item. And that's for the shoot component and the direction source. And I think everything else is okay. We moved it. Only things missing are subscriptions. Possible Solokorim, like you said it. Possible, but I always say don't underestimate how everything is going to work in 2-3 years. If you take a look what was it from Chat GPT 3.5 or something like that, right? This is the first one we got. I told to my friends, give it 5 years. It's 3 from now, and it's heavily used. I wonder what's gonna be in 2. It's just sad. I mean, I have to admit, I felt a lot of times like, you know, pretty depressed regarding the work that I was getting paid for. It's being replaced by a fucking prompt. Yeah. Okay, what was going on here? I know that I have some errors still. I'm reloading everything from disk. And now if I build, I know that some events regarding the subscription are going to throw errors. Exactly. Now let's find it. Exactly these ones. I couldn't remember where were they. And they seem to be here on pre-use started. Okay, a bit better. Yeah, like you said it, they introduced that, but remember, there's gonna be a generation of people that's gonna go out of business in that part, you know. They won't replace them, but once they are like retired and so on, they will replace them. The job position is not gonna be available anymore. At least that's what I think is gonna happen. If it makes any sense. Somewhere I have a sprite. Why is this sprite here? Somewhere in the background, something's going on. What the shit? Okay, this got glitched because it was reloading it. Why is there tombstone like everywhere? I think Godot glitched out. This didn't happen before. Let's reload the project. Also, you know, when people are like complaining that if you have a government job, that yeah, everybody's afraid for their ass, you know, if they're going to remove the job itself. I get that. But I'd introduce it if you're going to be laid off, you know, from a government position job that the ministry or something is closing down. It wouldn't be that bad if you kind of make them retired, but they get pension, you know. You're not gonna be paying anybody else for that job anyway in the future if it's completely closed. My only concern is that non-technical people don't understand that the velocity you initially gain with AI, if not well controlled, can lead to having to do massive refactors to implement small new features. Exactly. But that's a lot of times like that, you know. You have a product which is version 1.0. It probably sucks. Then you make 2.0. Then you make 3.0. If you get what I mean. Ah, Logan. Workers' rights not over here. Yeah, get you, buddy. Getcha. Okay, now we have shooting component, which is here. First, before we go break other stuff, I'm gonna put a couple of normal traps in the test level, which is actually the camp. Ironically, you guys see this, that this is called test level. Something's going on. Triple Jump Games is raiding with 6 viewers. Thanks you, thanks buddy. Hello. How was your stream, dude? All good? What were you guys working on today? Everybody? Well, currently I'm refactoring some used components regarding the items. I kind of want to add like tombstones. They spawn archers, skeleton archers, mages, like bruisers and so on. And then we want to add like a trap also that increases like regeneration of the units that are in the area of it, you know. Or its movement speed, strength and so on. So yeah, that's what's currently planned. And you? Oh, by the way, sorry about that, I have to pick up the phone. Necessary. There we go. So I'm back. Yeah, so guys, basically this is it. Working on the tombstones. Ah, Logan, thanks for being here, man. Catch some great Z's. And if I want to implement this, I had to refactor basically a component. Because I had like a shooter component. The underlying system here I have is like... I went pretty deep with the unit and so on. So... if I wanted to create traps and all the underlying systems that I have, I had to make it like being used from unit. So if you guys are not gonna tell, we have always in a level like a trap master. And that trap master is in the shape of a slime that has inventory with all the traps in its inventory. I just offset the bullets and so on. Thank you. Thanks, Logan. So basically that's kind of it. We're currently working on that, and I just want to test out if I broke something with the trap shooters. What is it called? Purple shooter mushroom trap. Let's go with this one. So if I didn't break anything, it should still be shooting stuff. There we go. I'm gonna slap it here, save it and retest it. Let me just see it seen for a while. Do we have still everything wired correctly? Sport shooter, item use, it's on, cooldown, everything seems to be a-okay for now. Because a lot of like scenes were dependent on these components, I had to make sure that the scenes themselves have like the same property names and so on. But if we go forward and hit play, Maybe we're gonna see some shooting going on here. Here we go. Come on. Now either we get some errors. Well, wonderfully, I think I broke everything. This is for the mock shots, but what's going on here? Pre-fire timer, of course, I renamed this thing probably. And it's missing a reference in the shooting component because we have to rename it to pre-use timer. So the fix shouldn't be too bad. Instead of pre-fire timer, 1 second. Fire timer. This one, a use item component. See, this has to be renamed to use. And now we're gonna retest it again. Ah, so you were working on UI navigation stuff and fixing some gamepad control bugs today. I was diving a lot of times in that domain, I have to say. UI navigation, that everything works and so on. Yeah, I agree. Underlying, I mean, it seems like a simple task, but it isn't, especially if you want... Yeah, this kind of got fixed, so this is okay. But yeah, glyphs that they do that they match correctly and so on. Then you can add like control shakes, which is quite cool to implement, I have to say, and easy in Godot. And navigation, that's the biggest pain in the ass, at least for me. You know, when you have like modals and then you want to wire them like logically, especially how they're connected, how they move, and if you're procedurally generating like items that you have to rewire the focus connections and so on. Oh man, insane if you ask me, from time to time. And that all the focuses get like grabbed correctly at the correct times. I know that Unity had like auto connect, that it was like connecting them approximately, but still no, that didn't work like well, like you intended. Like it was intended to work, but I'm using code for that. Have to admit it. But okay. So shooting component is here. It was working. What we can work on now is buff tombstone damage. And instead of shooting component, we're gonna have like use item component. And we're gonna have to steal the shooting component, duplicate it, and call it use item component. What this component does is actually it adds like an item to the trap master if it doesn't exist yet. And it does some mumbo jumbo stuff under the hood, how these items are being triggered. Okay. Now, if we go back to the tombstone. Regarding the damage. Let's use this one. Slap it in. So far so good. What we want to pass in, firstly, is also the targets that are going to be affected by the item. So if we have shooting component here. Oh, I forgot to set it that this is not shooting component anymore, but use item. Like this. And then here, a use item, I think I'm gonna pass in targets as well, which can be a list. See, I'm passing in like additional targets. And force use item also has a parameter to get list of units So using system collections list units. I'm still missing something, right? Generic, of course. You fine now? Aha. That's because this is a base component, which is actually here. Guys, by the way, I'm gonna have to take a short break to go and eat a soup. If it makes sense. Units. And this can be like optional. Pass in units. Additional units, targets, like that. Okay. Same goes for this thing. And now in the shooting component, when we have this is okay. No. Use args. Passing it all together here. Okay. I gotta go. Basically, I'm just gonna pause the stream because I'm gonna be streaming a lot longer today. I started a bit late. But I'll be back. So yeah. Give me 15. Bye. Yo! Thanks, Logan. I see that there was a raid going on. Sorry about that. The pause took a bit longer than I anticipated. You know how it is when you go on a lunch, but there's your child there, you know. You pay a bit more attention to him as well. So yeah, that's how it went. I'm just gonna put on something else because I have a feeling that DMB was played a long time today. Now it would be cool if everything would... Yo, Lord Starlight, dude, finally back after years, exactly. Maybe you guys are gonna disappear because you're not used to me like talking. You were here only for the music, right? Yeah, Lord Starlight. Good one. Anyway, where we were is actually modifying the use item component, creating this thing, so we can create some kind of an area of effect for this thingy here. What we want to do is when certain units come here, we're gonna trigger the effect on the Trap Master. So Lord Starlight said, man, my brain still can't access this advanced coding knowledge. Ah, dude. You just spend enough time on it and you'll understand everything, I'm sure of it. You know. What are you working on otherwise? Are you still are you trying to learn to code and so on? Sorry about that. I think I have to remove it here. Shooting component. Here it goes. I think this is well now. But before we're gonna keep on trying this. Before I delete it. One thing. Trap. Does it have a shooting component? It does. And shooting component, get node or null. Aha, so it's an optional thing. But what we're gonna do is have like protected use item component. And instead of shooting component, we're gonna say use item component. There we go. Like this one. And we're gonna slippity slap in here. It's always funny that Logan says goodbye and then you see him like 10-15 minutes later still writing something. The dude always makes sure that nobody's trash talking him. Use item component. That's a good one. Let's see the references that we have here. So I subscribed to these things here. Pre-use started and pre-use use. Okay, and on use what do I do? Okay, I think I should change the names like were before. So Lord Starlight says just learning for fun. Right now trying to make a simple mechanic like after our character hit a target 3 times it does an extra 1 hit to it. Cool. Always cool. Every start is challenging in the beginning, but as you go you progress and you grow. Let's rename this one on pre-fire started. Or pre-fire, yeah. This was the old name, on fire. Good. And we're gonna do some subs here. Pre-use started. It's a different base component. And on pre-use. Or, oh no, pre-use started. Same goes for use. I'm gonna rename this one pre-shooting component fire started. So I actually know which function is being called when on pre-use item. On use item started as well, like this. copying, pasting a lot of stuff. Probably gonna be a very similar thing here. Private void. Slappity slap. Void, not void, void. That's a new one. Never wrote that one out before. Void, here we go. Then Lord Starlight says there's something called OCB Lab on Insta, YouTube and Twitter that uses Godot. I'm basically trying to make custom ball character with a public engine. What is that? OCB Lab? OC Ball Lab. OCB Lab. I read that like completely wrong. Let me see it. Aha, public version. Use this to mod your own characters into the game. Aha, it's on it, right? What is that? There's like dogs and everything, public version. Hello. Okay, if you guys have something to share, just share it. I'll take a look. So it's like modding, if I'm getting the feel of it correctly. Okay, and pre-use item started. We have this one. And this one is called Trap. Huh. And I have different traps as well. Let me see. Trap, I have toggle trap, spawn trap, bumper trap, alert trap. Alert is what? In alert I get the shrinking thing that is very specific. I'm not gonna modify this one. Bumper trap is cool. I don't use it a lot of times, so we might as well use it more frequently. Then toggleable trap is like spikes, and the trap is the base class, which I don't want to kind of modify too heavily. I mean, the links are allowed. I don't mind them. If it's appropriate link, you know, like something you're working on and so on, you know, just paste it. Okay. So far, so good. I'm gonna try with the base class and see if I can wire in perception or sensor component. Sensor component. Okay. Okay. Sensor component. We have it here, and use item component is also being fetched here. Well, on pre-shooting component fire started. Damn that naming. On shooting component on use item, we're gonna wire in the queue itself. Maybe we're gonna extract it to another one like private void handle queue component or queue activation. Queue activation. Private void handle queue activate handle queue deactivate. Why did I name it disable? Jesus. Handle queue disable. Okay. Moving it. So this one is gonna be activate. Handle queue activate. Slapping it in here. And handle queue disable. Like this. Slippity slap, slap, slap. We go here on use item started, right? Or where was it? Here. Handle Q disable. Same slip, slap, slip. Handle Q activate, handle Q disable. All good for now. Okay. So, Mr. Lord Starlight is sending the link. Something's going on here. Yo, what's going on? So this is the game. There you go. Funny. So this is like a Godot game or something. That's cool. Looks cool. Then you can mod it to have your own ball. It's a multiplayer or a single player game. What is it? Handle Q disable, enable, and disable. Alright, now on pre-use item started is going to be triggered here on use component. I want to see when I shoot the component itself. I probably trigger shooting on timer based, right? I think I am. Because now use item component has its own timer and it's being triggered by itself, which is good. Now I wonder how to wire like area of effect to it. Ah, that's cool. If they're working on that, pretty reasonable. Bump, buff tombstone seems good. What else can we do? Shooting component, use item component. This is gonna be triggered on time. And the item we're gonna specify here, we have to some kind of wire these things together. Use item with sensor component, something like that. Could be fun. Huh. I'm trying to think how to make it like super good and reusable. Shooting and use and sensor. Now either I can add the possibility for the use component to have like sensor component wired to it. Maybe instead of item use, pre-use, start, offset, and so on, I could somewhere slap in detection. Maybe this one. unit detection. Or maybe even call it target detection. Detection. And here I would specify export. We go forward, public. What am I gonna slap in here? Sensor component. Yow. Sensor component. There we go. You have any recommendation on basic tutorial coding for Godot? My brain is already filled with my nursing skill. Always, I'm gonna say the documentation is pretty cool, like always, and then a couple of those guys. I think that you have interactive tutorials with GD Quest. I know that they wrote a couple of like tutorials and interactive stuff where you can actually learn pretty good this dude. And I believe that Firebelly Games, that dude, is also coding from time to time in C#, and he has a couple of resources, like a C# puzzle game course and 2D survivor style course, and that one is in GD script. I feel sympathy for the dude, so take a look at him. I think he's a pretty good teacher, otherwise he's developing his own game. And yeah. Actually, I have to admit I didn't take his courses yet, but I like the devlogs that he makes. I believe he's good. Otherwise, the others, Heart Beast was usually the one. That dude was there since I started to learn how to code. He's very, very... Oh, he's taking a break from YouTube a bit. I didn't watch the video, I don't want to cry. But he made a couple of very good tutorials. Check this one. Okay. I don't know what you're actually like completely writing now. And I'm not gonna be able to help you like on stream with that, you know. I have to work on this. I have like 8 days till early access. But if you guys want to chat or communicate in community, I'm dropping a link. For the Discord server, I usually avoid using it for private stuff, but this is only for the game. So if you guys want to talk, some other people are also learning about Godot and tutorials. Maybe you can have the whole conversation about coding here. So we're not gonna spam the whole code inside the chat, okay? Starlight. There you go. Yeah. Back to work. Sensor component. So what I wanted to add to the use item component is ability to gain stuff from the sensor component, if that makes sense. Now this is like tight coupling together, but it makes sense if I use it with use item component. At least I think so. I have a feeling that this would be good. And here we could say this is exported. I don't have to fetch anything. I can just simply say if it exists, it exists. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't care. Now here on pre-use timer timeout, we trigger use item. And then we can say here, somewhere here, also export public bool, and we're gonna call it use targets from sensor. And if this is going to be true, we're gonna use them. If not, we aren't. Let me go up here a bit more. There we go, units. Units, units, units. And this is triggered after timeout. Like this. Okay. Let's make a private one or public one even. Fetch sensor units. Fetch units detected by a sensor. Okay. And by default we're gonna return null. And we're gonna say if use targets from sensor or is instance valid, sensor component equals to false. We say okay, we return null. Otherwise, we take sensor component, get, how do I use it? Sensor component, let me just see this. Oh. I have to add then filters on it and everything, right? Filters and everything. Let's see it. Well, I have to admit, a lot of times developing is like a grind, you know. Sometimes you feel like you don't make any progress, and then you have to grind some more and more and more, and then suddenly it clicks and you get like a god complex maybe. You can create anything and so on. So it's like a micro high. Okay. So the best advice that I can give is actually keep on going. And that's basically it. Well, that's how it starts. Everything starts always like that, you know. In the beginning you just change the operation a bit, tweak a variable like color and so on, maybe size. That's just how it is. It's always. You can't skip. This is kind of bothering me because I have a sensor component which is quite robust and it's cool and everything, but I want to get something from it. Target entered hit sensor, okay. Get node types of get node type groups of node. Where do I use you? I do it here. That's classification. But somewhere else I know that I'm getting stuff from it as well. It's in the same team. No. You know what? I'm gonna take a look at the trap, alert trap. Here, before I assign, I try to get nearby unit somewhere. Spawn and command. Sensor component. Here we go. See, I'm using it somewhere. Valid targets by node types. Okay. So I don't do any advanced filtering. I was kind of trying to think if I can reuse something, some logic here. But I guess I can't. We'll see. But if we get valid targets by node types, we're gonna use units. And we're gonna say list. Or maybe simply just say return this for now, but what kind of type am I returning? Hash set probably, right? Exactly. So I am returning hash set, but I can convert it. What's the API to list? But this conversion is expensive. Huh. Is there not script specific channel? Don't want to spam general with them. Okay. Adding it. Coding related. There he goes. Like that. I've added it, okay? So if you guys have any questions or you're discussing the coding by yourself anywhere about anything, you can simply discuss it there. Fetch units detected by sensor, but I have to pass in the list. So the conversion will have to happen. I can't really... Can I cast? Huh. I'm gonna use LLM for that. Convert from hash set to list. Okay. Okay. So I guess it's just this. No, but it isn't. Using system link, I'm using it. What the hell? Ah, cast unit. More expensive, probably. We'll see how it will work, but okay. Now we're fetching units detected by sensor. And that's for all units, huh? Why do I got a feeling that this was already implemented somewhere? So Lord Starlight says, alright, thanks and sorry to bother you. Don't worry, dude. We were all there once. To list. Yeah, I'm gonna do a simple for loop and create a list in the end. That's gonna be basically it. If I'm gonna want to apply the filters somehow in between here, I'm gonna say list units add node with a unit. Of course, it has to be initialized. One second. Do I export anything? Owner area 2D only. I have this read only, that's okay, but the filtering stuff that happens here, this is a very reused component, so I don't want to modify core too much. Use targets from sensor component, and the second thing that's specified here is gonna be like marker 2D only actually marks the node. It gives you like a little gizmo. By the way, press F1. Open up Godot, F1, marker 2D. Write it down, hit enter. Here you go. Remember this, F1. For looking up stuff, okay? Then you see that you have descriptions of all the nodes, what they do. When you're developing, always remember the Bible for you is definitely the documentation. And Godot has a very good documentation, I have to say. This generic 2D position hint, it means that there's like a gizmo across that you can see and easily drag around. And try to go for the GDQuest tool that he wrote. It's a whole application based on that. Okay, public use targets from a sensor. And we go forward and say public. I know that I have like a filter regarding team only or something. But what do I do there? Halt. Somewhere here? No. Halt component. Particle, no. Flash owner, sprite owner, so on and so on. Bumper trap. Alert trap had something like that, huh? Probably. Unit command, resource, visual indicator, sound indicator, shader, no. I have to recall, I know that I had a component where I could specify. And that was a Hail Mary. Filter target, supply general node filtering, what is that? Type. That's coming from the whole perception system. Yo, nice, that's actually quite cool to hear. Good to hear that. Love that you're making the progress. Spawner position, not this one. Aware filtered nodes. Am I detecting node type? Distance checks and everything. This is from the AI that I have. Yeah, tell me about the graphical user interface. Always pain in the butt. Pain in the butt. Quest menus, not this one, not this one. Gonna keep it simple for now. Public filter. False, and I'm gonna say that I can have like faction filter. Here we're gonna have like integer team. Keeping it simple for now. Team is 0. Oh, Mrs. Dogovic is coming here. And here I'm gonna store like faction resource. So if only some faction could get the benefit of it. Basic filtering and that's it. And now I have this filter, units add, and I return units at the end, which is okay. But so if it's AI false, we continue. Okay, we're not affecting us. This is the copied filter. I don't care about this one yet now. I'm gonna remove it. But we're gonna slap in here this. If no, this not unit also fails. And then I'm gonna keep it a bit more understandable. Kind of hate how I started to slap everything in a big condition in the if statement. But here we're gonna have check is team can no. What is it called? Team filter enabled till yeah. And unit team. We continue. Node filtering. And last but not least, faction filtering. Ah. Enable faction filter and faction resource isn't equal to unit data resource faction ID or faction resource equals to null. So enable faction filter, and faction resource ID has to match the units that's being, if it's not matching, like this. So if the faction filter is enabled and we have faction resource null, or the ID doesn't match, we also continue. Simple filter for now. So If we go a bit forward. If we go a bit forward. 1 second. Trying to refresh one page. What? So far, so good. Huh. Anyway, filter is here. Now we have to put it in. Fetch units detected by sensor. And use item component when it's being called, before it's being called. So it's protected, okay. Use targets from sensor. I think I can bypass that and slap it in here. In the use item itself. Simply like that. If use items from sensor. Okay. Like this. I pass it in, I fetch them, and I do it. So far, so good. Now this is on the use item component. A bit of tight coupling here, but okay. Like, use item is very dependent on the sensor, on the units that you have to detect. Okay. Did it compile it? I think it did. And now here I can say cooldown time. We have to come up with like a cool item. I think we can use something like aura. From what? I'm gonna put the reference to the sensor here. Use targets from the sensor, enable filter, enable faction filter the undead. And we have like Dynamite Priest Health Region aura. I'm gonna duplicate this one, call it Tombstone Health Region aura. Let's use its ID. YouTube commentators have to be the most clueless population subset in the world. What do you mean, Solocorium? No team filter. Tombstone, health regen. Aura, while we're duplicating it, we're gonna rename it a bit. Tombstone, health regen aura. Okay. Area of effect, items, I don't care about that, but here we have like this effect and cooldown. I'm gonna force using like cooldown here. Health minimum amount 5. Okay. For now, but in inventory on tech. Now we have to fake it on item use. Whew. On item use. On owner using item. Owner and allies. Detected units. 50. Like this. I was listening to a podcast about Rust in the Linux kernel. Then basically every comment is how about Rust sucks. But then they can't explain why, and when they try they are just plain wrong. It's like unbelievable how wrong a person can be. Especially the fucking haters, you know. For everything. Loudmouth, you know. It's like interesting that somebody puts in so much energy into trash mouthing something, right? Like its existence would be in threat. It's kind of crazy. But you know how it is. You've got the gatekeepers everywhere. By status group ID and item. Refresh duration. Okay, so if there's like more tombstones, they're gonna be healed more significantly. If that makes sense. Okay, let's take this one. Slap it in here. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I was fancying learning Rust, but man, the syntax kind of killed me before I wanted to dig deeper, you know. It's not my cup of tea, but I understand it. People love it. It's fast and it's safer, as they say, right? I think I have to let out my doggy. Be right back in a second, I promise. What? Ah, it was your first language. My first language was C++. And back in the college we had to learn how to draw, like, you know, trees and so on in the console output. It was funny. That's why I probably like C languages so much. And the syntax and all. I just can't really get used to Python-like syntax, and I mean, I coded in it, but I love brackets, man. And braces and so on. Anyway. Aha, so you learned Java in school. Well, basically Java is same. I'd say it's very C# like. 25, yeah. Hey, snazzy peaches. I'm just now teach myself basic Python for fun. Teaching, yeah. That's cool. It's very spread out, especially for the AI and so on as well. Don't have a clue about virtual threads and so on. It's sensor component, okay. Tombstone health region aura. Enable using, okay, cooldown time 1. And this is going to be applying like HP every second. Taking the targets from the sensor. Well, that's okay. And the sensor component here is trying to get the stuff from this head sensor, which is how big? Which is tiny, miny, 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 moo. I can't start anything with this. I have to expand you. Circle shape, make unique. And something like that, that's gonna be default. Let's make it 148. 150. Good. Gouda. So far so good. Now let's slap this dude. But this is like tombstone damage, so... But we're healing with it. Makes no sense. Anyway. Test level. Purple mushroom shooter trap. Deleting it. If we put it, what is it called? Tombstone something. Damage trap. Okay. So now if we're gonna kind of spawn the guys here as well. There's like aura visible. Like this. And we're gonna say that every spawn that we have, I mean at least spawn 1 has to spawn like, I don't know, skeleton, and let's make them 3 of them. Weaker enemies, but if we kind of hit them, they should be getting killed. I highly have to admit that, yeah. So Nehis has to go. Have a great stream, great night. Yeah, dude, thanks for being here, man. Thanks for stopping by. Work on those tables. When you're gonna have again more progress, let us know, show it, make a YouTube video and so on. So the guys you were discussing then, also Scala et al. Okay, let's see, are they gaining any health? I don't believe they are. $238 errors. Subscribe to event custom base component. Trap 59. What's trap 59? Trap 59. Oh, use item components missing. Did I make it with the correct name? Well, it's here. Huh. Aha. Yes, so basically every trap expects this now. Because this is like from a base one. Never mind. Trap is being expanded from what? So it's being referenced in the spawn trap, bumper trap, toggleable trap, trap other, and so on. Don't have a problem with it, but I didn't inherit anything from it. Scala is like Java, but has both an OOP and functional programming paradigm, up to the programmer to choose. Scala also runs in the Java virtual machine and can make use of any existing Java tooling. Ah, that's cool. Sounds cool. Do you try other stuff frequently? Other languages as well, you know? Just check one thing. Alrighty, I think I'm back. So yeah, Houston, I have a problem here. But I have to copy this in each component. And I didn't want to use inheritance here as well. Oh, it's kind of a bummer, but that's how it is. Enable using, so on. No, 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 no. So I'm gonna remove this one. Target detection, use targets from sensors. No, no, no. Keeping you vanilla as I can. Actually, if I'm keeping it vanilla as I can, I could just copy it again. This trap, bowstone trap. Is there a parent I can fetch here? Only Rust and Scala in my own time. It was between Scala and Haskell for me, but then I realized the one Scala thing I liked I could do in Rust as well. So the interest kind of died down for me. Understand you. Okay. Huh. No, I don't agree with this here. What I'm doing currently feels wrong. Feels really, really wrong. Use component should be optional. I'm gonna make it optional. And alert trap, you go away as well. Because in the trap itself, we have to get node or null. Where was that pain in the ass coming out? Here, use item. Well, 49. Just a second. What was the error line number? Snazzy Peaches, thank you. Means a lot. It really does. It helps the algorithm and so on. And yeah. Hopefully you like what we're working on here. Okay, now I want to see where exactly I have an issue here. Aha, subscribe. 59, not 49. What was I thinking about? Ah, looky, looky. Instance valid. Use item component. So this precondition was wrong. Yow. And also for unsubbing. We just have to replace the minuses. I mean, pluses with the minus. And I think we shouldn't have any problems now. So, Snazzy Peaches, are you otherwise also working in some kind of a sector where you have to program or so on? Or what kind of gave you inspiration to learn Python? So far, so good. Here we go. Still nothing happening. But let's see the errors. 237, what happened? No, the mockshot errors are here, but nothing else. So, I'm gonna start it through the Visual Studio Code, just to see if use item component gets triggered on time. Let me see it. We have it here, and then we have like tombstone, buff tombstone damage. This one, enable using, cooldown time 1, force use item 1. It's kinda good. And this has a timer inside, which is good. Not a problem, but I want to see if start gets triggered or something. If this reaches, if this part of the code gets reached out. Let's start it with F5. Okay. Through units. No. I start fetching. And what do I get back? I get back null. Why do I get back null? Because nothing was spawned yet. Probably. Okay, now the things were spawned. And the tick timer ticked. But why didn't you use targets from sensor? Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Did I misconfigure something? So this is buff tombstone. Use targets from sensor is on. Huh. And sensor components should also be visible. Okay, I'm gonna let it go one more loop. True. Sensor component, let's check it out. It's valid, so it shouldn't skip anything. Now what the hell? It comes in here and it returns null. Wait a minute. Okay. Yo. Idiot. Okay, restart. Okay. So Snazzy Peaches then says, I am not, I actually work on aircraft. A handful of my friends are computer science majors and it always fascinated me. Maybe building a website or getting into AI. AI is as in training your own models for broader applications or just leveraging LLMs. Uh-huh. Okay. Interesting. Okay, now it's starting to fetch more stuff. Probably still gonna return null, but that's okay. Because those things didn't spawn yet. Actually, it found 3 of them. Hello. Okay, okay. Yo, looky, looky, looky. They have a HP regen. We got the tombstone working. So if you fight these baddies, this is an unholy ground. We're gonna make a different color. When the level's gonna generate. There we go. You're gonna have to first destroy that thing. The tombstone of the big biceps. Now how strong this tank is gonna be, we're gonna see. Okay, how long are they gonna have on? Okay. I think it's good. Yo, we kind of wired it together. Super glad. So basically we're bypassing a lot of things from the inventory system, and we're using the unseen trap master, which gives like buffs to the units that are in here. Now we made the first one, which is pretty cool, and we can work on a couple of others as well. Okay, shooting, use item component. That's a good one. Buff tombstone damage. But I'm using the wrong item here, because we're gonna have to change the health regen aura to something else. Huh. Okay, health regen aura. Is good, but we're gonna make power aura. Power aura. Make the sub resources again unique. And instead of this vital property being applied, I'm gonna try to modify the unit stat, but this one's gonna be trickier. So melee power is going to be buffed. Ranged and mage. So melee power. The amount of buff they're gonna get is gonna be like 5. It could be pretty much powerful. But then the most important thing we have to take a look here is not the single highest. Okay, I'm gonna remove this one. Copy its conditions regarding status effect. And it's not a status effect even, because it's being applied on tick. This one is. So status effect is on. Let me just minimize these things. Group ID is going to be like melee power aura. And the status key mode Add stacks and refresh. We're just gonna have like a refresh duration. So you're not gonna have like completely OP units. And the status duration for this thing is going to be, I don't know, like 3 seconds. Applied only once. And the icon is going to represent is going to be... Why did I name it glyph? Don't ask. Power up. That's good. Melee power. And the units that it's affecting is not always active, but here on owner using item detected units. I think that's the best way. I wonder that, yeah, detected units, that's good. And it ignores dead units as well. Max targets under effect 50. And this is kind of it. Now we can remove the healing effect from it. And buff tombstone damage. Buff something. Where is it? Tombstone power aura, this one. Instead of damage, I think we should rename it to power. Because we are not dealing damage here. We're just kind of amplifying the power of the undead here. Yeah. That's gonna make sense. Then, for example, in Frozen Peaks we can reuse these tombstones, but instead of having like an icon for tombstone, we could have like a totem or something. That could be also cool. Okay. Tombstone power. So Snazzy Peaches says, the long-term project I have to motivate myself is to create an interface that pulls financial data and market data and help out with gathering info for investments. Who knows if that's there where I'll land, but I think it would be fun project. Exactly. Exactly. You know how it is. I also wanted to make myself a money printing machine. Me and a friend, like last year, we've coded a sniper bot for Solana. And let's say it was a positive 0 that came out of it. Nothing. I couldn't retire. And the thing is changing so fast and so on that it was crazy. Especially here in the crypto stuff. Okay, buff tombstone power. This indicator instead of defensive. Yeah, some shitcoin early, I agree. Think I'm gonna slap in control. Why are you invisible? Maybe its scale is too little. No, scale is there, but... Wait a minute. Control, defensive, electric. Defensive is kind of working. Electric should also work. But why is the control like completely empty? What the hell? AoE indicator. Ah, this is a dark one. The dark one would fit better for the undead. Yeah. Let's make like dark energy radiate darkly. Snazzy Peach says, I don't want a fortune teller, just an up-to-date information giver. I get you. I get you, buddy. Make local. And the scale of this is going to be 300 now. Like this. And we can get rid of other AoE detectors. But I think that this dark aura is gonna represent better that bad things are kind of here. If we indicator void, I'm gonna make a duplicate of this one. Indicator tombstone aura. Like this, and then I can simply modify anything like I want. And I think we're gonna modify the pull strength so it's not gonna pulse. The wobble speed, maybe a bit slower because it's quite big. Like that. Wobble frequency or pixels, I don't know, are we gonna wobble the pixels? Otherwise it's static. Maybe 0.1, something like that. It slowly wobbles now. Maybe 5. A bit better. The ring thickness 3. We're gonna go to 1. Is 1 gonna be enough? Because currently, yeah, maybe 2. Radius pixels 100 seems good. For the base soft pixels, I don't want that. Breed speed is also good. Okay. AoE indicator is here. What else do we have? So this is buff tombstone power. I just want to see if it's gonna add something to it. Is the test level now modified as well? Yo, there's like darkness spreading over it. This area, something sinister is living here. Okay. Okay, they seem to have higher... Yo, so that was 10, 12, 15. Okay, I wonder what happens if I destroy that tank. Also, let me check out the skeleton sword. What's its intended damage? Yep. They were more powerful for sure. And I like the dark vibe to the area. Maybe we're gonna make the outline black. And then when you have a couple of tombstones, it's gonna get even darker. So, you know, like, okay, this area is really affected by some evil forces. Okay. So Solocorium says, a web scraper that has ability to isolate text blobs, let's say an article, as potentially of economic interest. That's sort of what I would imagine. Yeah, web scrapers make sense. Skeleton sword. Now we go back to tombstone. Tombstone. This one, AOE indicator. Let's see. I mean, the gray isn't bad for the undead. But I currently have white, so I wonder if I slap on this one, it becomes even darker. Okay. I think this is a bit more lovable. What if I go with the complete dark? It becomes black. Maybe better. Okay, so far so good. Now, let's see how it behaves when we have a couple of them overlapping. Tombstone. No, test level. Let's check it out. Uh-huh. Is it becoming a salad, or will it be decent enough to play in? Well, sure, it's becoming dark, but we have to imagine that this is going to be applied in cavernous depths, more or less. Then the other possibility is that we kind of also make the radius invisible, if this is too much. I mean, it's not bad if you have like only one buff in the zone, but as soon as you have two, the screen noise is kind of getting overwhelming here. If I make any sense. Huh. We'll see. AOE indicator, color. What if I try to hollow you out? All this didn't even work. What about this one? It's not take. Aha, okay. I can get it. There's like a fill alpha, a separate parameter. If I slap it on 0, it's like ignored. Now if I put it on test level, some lines are visible. Which is kind of okay. It would be cool if I could somehow make a shader that would make like a meta ball with this. I never really kind of wrapped my hand around it. So Solocorium says, what has been of serious interest to me recently is the web ontology language. My hobby at the moment. I'm not using it, but heavily inspired. I'm using a very specific graph database with typed edges to do something similar. Always good to make things that will personally be useful to you, practically or in terms of fun. What is the weapontology language, dude? I never heard about it. Never, like never ever. I'm living under the rock, right? Or is it something new? Okay. It's pretty old. It's just used to encode relationships between things, and based on the relationship between different things, you can discover the relationships of many other things. That's cool. That's cool, that's cool. Okay, so the damage guys were working. Now we're buff tombstone health region. So we're gonna make this one work as well. Okay, sprite has to be changed. Sprite has been changed. Now use item component, tombstone, health region aura. Okay. This one's here. Let's test it out. Test level. Health region comes here now. A bit high, removing the other two. So now those guys should be more powerful. Have kind of bigger strength. And health regen, okay. The status effect is constantly changing, that's good. So if we kind of give him... Well, that's nasty. What you have to do then is kind of kite them out. I think that the radius is better now. It's not overcoloring too much of things. And then you gotta go and destroy these things. So you kinda make them lose the power. Especially the tombstones are gonna have like different HPs. They're gonna be a tankier thing to take down, if it makes sense. So that's a health region. Now the next one should be like speed. Tombstone. Speed. Renaming, and again we have to change the icon. Tombstone. Here we go, the green book. And the aura we're gonna make. Where is it? Tombstone. Speed aura. Not health regen power. Here we go to speed aura. And in the power I mustn't forget, instead of buffing only one type of melee power, we have to give it like a buff for the range power and the magic power as well. Because we have like different enemy types that utilize different, how should I say, attacks. So no more melee power, ranged power, which is good. Ranged aura. Let's see, attack speed up, no. Come on, blind boy. Healing speed up, dash energy power up or down. Attack speed up, attack speed down, no, no. Flee, confuse, stun, slow. Healing. Fire damage. Range damage. Okay, this one is for ranged. And we called it ranged aura, and of course we have to change its thing from unique per key and not the single highest, because otherwise the item effects are gonna compete which one has to be applied, if I make any sense. I'm pretty happy with the system, but there's like too many things that can be configured, so it has its upside and downsides. So far so good. And now comes the magic power. Spell power. And this one has level window of unique per key. Spell aura. So far so good. Going a bit lower. Detected units, everything is fine. We're changing this one here. And the stack isn't always applied, it's just being refreshed. And magic damage. Let's see. Huh. Because the next thing is going to be, we're gonna have like the buff points of interest. That are gonna give you smaller buffs for a certain prices. Tombstone speed. Let's go back to test level. Okay, let me read Solocorium's text. So in the medical industry, let's say I pass a bunch of particular conditions of a patient. It could reverse to a single cause or a variety of causes that can account for the patient's condition. The more you know about the patient, the fewer possible outputs you will have. It just basically makes it easier to reason about things that go down really long cause and effect chains. That's very good. I see the power of using it now. Yeah, what about vector databases? That's also giving you like some kind of relations, right? I didn't really dive deep into that. I know that it's used like in AI, right? Never really read a lot about it, but still, if you know something, I'd appreciate it if you'd share your knowledge. Okay, now the movement speed of this thing is gonna be probably insane. Speed aura, what does it have? Melee power, we have to make a unique one. Same for this one. Tombstone speed aura, here we go with movement speed. And this thing is gonna have like percent add 0.5. So the units in this area are gonna have their movement speed increased by 50%. And status effect, instead of melee aura we go with movement aura. And speed up for 3 seconds. Kinda makes sense. So far so good. Oh. Thank goodness I found the key for the air conditioner. I mean the remote. Some magic damage. Why you no apply? The movement speed boost. Well, they heal kind of there. Ah, I get it. Probably the naming of the effects is a bit wrong. Health region aura, what does it have? It has like level window, single highest, let's say unique per key. Health region. Like that. Ah, healing aura. Healing aura. By status group ID, healing aura is okay. But the power one, this dude has like issues. Unique per key. Status group ID. Melee aura seems good. Power up, good. Ranged aura, good. Ranged aura also good. Range damage. Then we go to spell power. Spell power is good. Spell aura. So far so good. Good here as well. By status group ID. Status group here is okay. What about the movement speed? This one. Stacking unique per key. Let's movement aura. On owner using item. Movement aura speed up. I think this is also applied correctly. And the health region aura was also here. And they were kind of healing. Okay, we'll see. Anyway, I think it's working. Not sure regarding the movement speed so much. Aha. So Solocodium says, I think vectors could probably be used for similar things, but will not be as precise as a cause and effect chain. But also it won't be that useful for a human because you don't really get to know how it identifies it. It just outputs values in a certain way, and it's only useful when compared to another vector. In my mind, the cause and effect tooling is just more useful for understanding as well, which could lead to newer insights. Yeah, makes sense. You make sense, dude. I just have a feeling that I didn't set a correct item here. And the speed aura Tombstone speed aura. Use item. Of course, double regen. Here we go. Now it should work. And then once we're done with that, we wire them in with the other tombstones. And the next thing I want to add is like leveling for the NPCs. So if we have two warring factions, like if there's a lizard or a dinosaur next to the tombstones and he's like slaying a lot of skeletons, he should level up. Ah, and they start to run. See, there's like boots also. They have all of these powerful effects now. Instead of easy skellies, they are much harder to take down. And if you're smart, you're gonna probably first go and attack the tombstones to reduce the power on them. Come on. This is still powerful. Okay, now. Sup? Not so tough anymore, huh? And then you give them some tough love. Okay, so far so good. Now that's a big achievement because we can use the totems for everything. So Solocorium says, if a level up could also reset their HP, would be broken and actually make for complex NPC control to use. Level up timers. Huh. What do you mean? Like if the NPC is killed and when they level up that they would like reset their HP? If we're on the same page? That's a possibility. I think that the range of these tombstones are okay. What we just want to change is how these things actually spawn. We're gonna do it. We're gonna have like a small graveyard and a big one. Oh, this is random graveyard POI. Why did I name it random? Uh-huh. Okay, random graveyard POI. Let's say random tombstones. No, we have to rename this one. So this becomes from random graveyard to small graveyard. And then we name it to small graveyard POI. Which makes sense. And then here we specify that it spawns like... Not zombie, well, why did I specify zombie here? Entity weighted list, so we have like decorations, okay. We spawn decoration skulls here. That's okay. I just don't believe that I put them on correct layer yet. We'll see. Creations? What kind of creations? Just a second. So if level ups were really powerful, I would have to think about how to control my NPCs better, to min-max the NPC. If I know an NPC is close to leveling up, can do an all-in and then it helps a lot with the boss. So like a level up casts. Or gives the options to cast the NPC's ult or something, I don't know. I mean, you know, you can level up the NPCs, your companions, but I was thinking like leveling up mobs. The dinosaurs and so on. Because, for example, if a bandit hunts a bunny rabbit and if he kills a bunny rabbit, maybe he can become level 2. And then if you see a bandit level 2, it's a bit a different story. You know, it gives you like a vibe that the place is alive a bit more. And it gives you a fun experience. Maybe you're gonna encounter sometimes... Exactly. Exactly. So when you see somebody with a big level, we would make it something like completely linear, you know, maybe each level that he gains would be like, I don't know, 15% more of HP and 50% more of damage and movement speed. And we would cap it like level 5, you know. And also on the level up they would regain the complete health, you know. Boom. That could be interesting. And it makes sense. You know, currently I don't have implemented like the... See, this is a problem and not a problem at the same time. Because currently I don't have like the units could destroy the tombstones and so on. You know what's bothering me? For example, you know, if I have like a dinosaur spawning next to the tombstone where the undead spawn, and he camps there, eventually he'll die because, you know, skeleton gives him a hit, skeleton gives him a hit, skeleton gives him a hit. But then again, if I think about it, if skeleton kills a dinosaur, then skeleton is more powerful in the end. So it's like a self-balancing act. Makes sense? Maybe. That'd be interesting. Okay, time to roll up the sleeves, more work to be done. So this spawner actually has the ability to spawn currently Skull Tombstone Trap, Bow Tombstone Trap, and Shield. And I'm gonna change it to diminishing. And then I'm gonna say that this is one... Wait a minute. We have one position here, 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 and here. And currently I say that I manually spawn. No, but I'm spawning like 2 of them. Which is okay. There's like a chance I want to add in a flavor that now these tombstones can have, you know, like totems, totem tombstones. This one. So I put in the damage, and this is now the damage again. Why is this damage? Wait a minute. Oh, I have it named in an old way. It's power. Okay, renamed correctly. And we take a look at the small graveyard. And the first one is now Tombstone Power. The second one becomes Tombstone Speed. Tombstone health region. Okay. And we're gonna say that... Ah, this is the wrong one. This is a good one now. Speed, health region, and power. And total amount of tombstones that can spawn is 4. And this is gonna be diminishing. So, in any cases, there's gonna be one of the thing that's being spawned, and yeah, we'll see how the RNG will work with it. And I believe I have good limits here. How many things can spawn at the same time, at the same place. But what we're gonna do is make a big graveyard as well, right? It makes sense. Or we're gonna stress test at least one. Maybe we're gonna do that. I'm afraid how many things this can summon. Especially with the summoners, because summoner can have like 3 things summoned. I think I'm gonna remove the summoners from here. Skull Tombstone is not going to spawn any more summoners, necromancers, but simple skeleton. Skeleton one, and the amount of them it can be summoned is 3. So that's good. And now we're increasing the graveyard, calling it Big Graveyard. Or medium. Big Graveyard becomes medium. So far so good. And what we change is the weighted list. That we make them like recursive. This here is good. Let's decorate it a bit more. And now we have to kind of expand on this. So instead of 64, we're gonna have, it's the dimensions 96 by 96 or something. So it takes up more space, that's one thing, and it can have more tombstones. -10. Let's spread it out like that. This one comes in the middle, up and to the right, and somewhere around here. So these are more tombstone places. You know what? I want to see where this exactly is. 24. Let's slap on 24. And this one's going to be on the 0. And on -24. Like this. -24. Yo. Also -24 I'd like on this one. We're gonna give it more space. 24. Minus 24, good. Now the spawn component, this one is especially only useful for the decorations that we spawn. So we're gonna try to spawn them somewhere in between. The current position is minus 12, and let's make it 12. So there's like a bit of bones spread around the graveyard, if it makes sense. And this one goes here. Minus 36. Oh, yes. And Y should be 36 as well. So far, so good. Now, these are all the positions where the bones are spawning. Okay. I think it's good. And we say that in these positions we can spawn not graveyard POI, but graveyard, medium graveyard. Like this. An amount of things that we can spawn here is like, we're not gonna spawn 9 definitely, but we're gonna say 6. Okay. And I think that we have to tweak a bit weights here. In favor of the spawners than of the buffs. Okay. Random no repeat. Good. So far so good. If we want to test it out quickly, I think we can slap it in the forest one and see what's gonna happen. And here we have POIs. Maybe we're gonna slap it into the Bandit Treasure, Elderglade Forest Combat. No. Let's add it to the forest traps just for the testing purposes. So object, spawn. No, those are called graveyard. Small graveyard and medium one. Okay. And if we want to test it out, we're lifting its priority a bit high. And in the test level, we can simply nuke the things that we don't need anymore. So, buff tombstones get deleted. And the spawn itself has to be also removed. In terms of, it shouldn't spawn anything anymore. So let's set it to 0, max active entities, and slap that play button. Okay. So from the glade to the forest, we're kind of expecting at least a couple of graveyards. Yo, I went to the wrong area. Of course. These are the cavernous depths, but we want to test these ones as well. Definitely, so scrap the idea. Boom, where is it? Random forest trap, back to the bottom they go. And I'm gonna remove these ones. Set it here on 1 and 1. And max global count was 3. So, no worries. But we can go now to the cavernous depths. Level 1. Random cavernous depths trap, no. Somewhere here. Combat POIs. What's going on? So we have a small dino camp and we have a small graveyard. And we're gonna add medium graveyard POI. Also add it as 1, and it's diminishingly taking it, so I'm expecting at least 2 graveyards. Makes sense, it makes sense. There should be like a total limit enforced regarding the undead, because otherwise they can become too strong. I think I'm gonna limit them at 25 or something. I have actually a config that limits that per faction base, per unit ID base, and so on, and I think it's pretty powerful. Now, for us to be able to explore this much more freely and quickly, I'm gonna cheat a bit with the boots. So player add item, we're adding bunny boots. Let's equip them and let's run. Oh, there's a poor bear in here. Dinosaurs and rats, okay. I see they having some fun here. Traps going off, everything's going off. I think it's pretty cool to see how everything is getting populated. Yo, here's the boss with his aura. Here's the graveyard. Look at that. War. War going. Yo, they got me. I like the graveyard, and I can see that there was also a tank populated as well there. So that was good. Still want to see more. Because currently we only had like dino camps. That was kind of... yeah. Also for the NPC leveling up, not a companion but an ordinary NPC, I was kind of thinking like making it easier for them. Basically they only have to slay one creature. If they slay it, they level up. Whoa. That's more life. Uh-huh. We found the graveyard. And there's a alert trap here. Now this is like a nasty combination of everything. They're constantly being attracted here while these spawn. And that's exactly what I'm going for. Like, living area. And I call this emergent behavior. So constantly this thing was pulling the enemies here, like dinosaurs. I love it, guys. And there's another trap here. See, I knew I had a good plan. Just drop a lot of things in it and emergent behavior will appear. That's good. Me gusta. Sorry about getting high on my own supply, but that's how it is sometimes. Yo! And this one is nasty. It's a healer. I want to see more graveyards if they are here. Dinos everywhere. Ah, treasure in the middle of the street. Also interesting combo. Another graveyard with a boss. Can you imagine boss leveling up? And this one is huge. Look at that. 2 buffs. Regeneration and everything. Damn it, I love it. Yeah, we have to add sound effects for everything. Our house in the middle of our street. Our house. Okay, okay. Good. Love the map. It works. I'm happy to say it, it works. Okay, some errors regarding the animation name. That's coming from the old trap, I believe. Spawn 390. Ah, spawner trap probably, huh? Spawner trap. Spawn entity scene. What's going on here? Do spawn. Huh. Spawn 390. Seems wrong. So scene instantiate node 2D. That's what's going on here. And that's okay. On spawn tick. There is no animation with name this. Well, F. I think it has to be coming from a spawner trap. Do spawn. Fire animation outline queue component. Huh. Okay. Buff tombstone health region. Doesn't make any sense to have this at all. Deleting the fire animation from the buff tombstones. Green egg mushroom trap, okay. These traps as well, okay. Now, the ones that were deleted were okay. Those are tombstone power, health region, and speed, okay. Agree with that, not a problem. Now, hitting play again. Just want to see if those errors will appear. I believe they won't. Okay. I don't care so much about the undead. They're kind of retarded here. That's okay. But this bastard here is a nasty one. Yo. That's a very unfriendly place down here, I have to admit. But did I get the same error or a similar one? Let's see, debugger. Yeah. Empty animation. Now, why the hell do you want to play an empty animation? I didn't give you a command anywhere. Why would you do that? Empress Smalls. Nice. Thanks. Very happy about it. I'm currently working on adding like the graveyard to the what is it called? Cavernous Depths. So there are gonna be zombies and undead spawning, and the tombstones are gonna give them like buffs. So yeah, trying to throw a couple of curveballs to the players and trying to create a bit of emergent behavior, like dinosaurs and undeads leveling up. Glad to hear that. That's the best compliment that a developer can get, that somebody's actually enjoying his game, you know. Okay, now, I think that we're failing somewhere here. I have a couple of bugs I still have to fix. Because I have a feeling that I'm trying to play something that doesn't really exist. And I'm not sure if this is coming up here or here. Fire animation. It shouldn't be. And alert trap also no. Oh, by the way, we added also a lot of cartridges, so the builds are getting more interesting. It's starting to become a bit of tricky to find a good balance between number values, you know. If you're too fast, if you're slaying too much too quickly. There still should be like opportunity for the players to get that OP build. That's what we have to put in, I mean leave in, but still. Like, that should happen 10% of the time, something like that. Or you have to be really lucky or resourceful. Fire animation. No. This thing is being called from spawn. Spawn entity scene. 390. On spawn tick, do spawn entity scene. And then what happens? There is no animation with name that, but where do you live? Spawn 390. Instance. I instantiate you. And 390. Now I'm a bit baffled from the where this error actually is coming from. Packed scene. And then from the packed scene when we're instantiating something. If I take a look at the graveyard a bit. Or a tombstone. Animated sprite. Animation is empty. I can't reset it to anything. Sprite frames, that's okay. Resource must be created or set in the sprite. No, I don't care about that currently. This is a spawn trap. Okay, let's dive deep into the spawn trap. Play fire animation. Do I have fire animation set somewhere here? I don't think so. Where's the fire animation coming from? Fire animation is being specified at the trap at the base. It's empty. Now either this is failing, because I check it, if it's null or empty, I return, I don't do a single thing. Or am I doing something else? I want to see if this triggers. in a way that it shouldn't trigger at all. Okay, looking at it here. And well, basically on the trap is the main one. And then from that we could kind of try to get out the name of the object. Alert trap is okay, bumper trap is okay. Bump SN. Yeah, let's try it through here, F5. Loading up. Not expecting anything to appear, but once we crash into the cavernous depths. Here we go. And the breakpoint will trigger probably right about now. Here we go, trigger animation. Ah, this is an old breakpoint. I can... There we go, fire animation, shoot. That's okay. 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 I guess this check is working fine. I never see it pass. Okay, let me try to add it to the watch list. So it's shoot, shoot, shoot. Nothing else happens. Only shoot. So this shouldn't be breaking stuff. But if I go and try to find animated sprite 2D and this thing in the spawn trap here, if we try to take a look what's going on actually here. Ah, on spawn started. Yo. This should be needing like something like this. Play default on spawn end. What is default SN? The default SN is like a string name of default. Okay. I'm starting to get to know where this is actually. But... Huh. I think this comes in... this becomes only relative if we have a fire animation, because fire animation is something that's like changing the current animation. Okay, hitting play. And nothing reaches here, which is okay. Restarting it. Is it starting the game? I don't see it anywhere. Okay, it's booting up. Going forward. I'm gonna slap the game on the left side because I want to see if these errors are gonna appear again somewhere here. So far so good. Emergent behavior is happening. Look at this. I just like it. So this is a graveyard, it appears. It's populated with some bones, also procedurally, some shrines, and so on. And now that I think of it, maybe these tombstones, if you kind of break them, they give you some kind of additional perk. If it makes sense. I mean, it's a bit unholy that you have to break the tombstone of the warrior. But it could be. I think they have... Can he follow me around? He wants to get through, I guess that... Huh. The navigation around here is a bit iffy, I could say. I mean, if I leave him here for a while, they should multiply. Like, I should see 10 to 15 units here. So what I can do now is I can make a wall of death. I'm leading these guys to death. Now, you're asking probably why wouldn't the player exploit this? Because player wants to get the XP. Something's going on, something's going on. Dozy Burrito just followed. Thanks, dude. Thanks for the follow. See if they're fighting each other. No XP gained. And you don't get the XP from the undead in this case. I just have to mark them somehow that these are the hollow units. Thanks, dude. Thanks for the compliment. Yeah, by the way, working on the graveyard currently, so a point of interest, you know, where the player can kind of get in big trouble. So I want to kind of slap in here some kind of buffs. And currently I think that obtaining a buff would have to involve destroying a tombstone or something like that. Which kind of means that the player has to be committed to stay in this dangerous area for a bit. So he's getting like attacked by the enemies. Yeah, I think it'll work out. And also thinking about adding like sound effects to the units. It will add to the atmosphere itself. Okay, I think that we can also change the destroy type from these tombstones. Let's see, we have rock, stone something. Stone, this one. And health component is gonna have stone explosion particles. We can take the same one for the tombstone. Let's see, tombstone. And health component, this one. Health component here. And what we're gonna tie in together to make the game feel alive a bit more is gonna be like this. There's gonna be a dynamic scenario, which is going to check if you destroyed, I don't know, like 2 buffs. We're gonna spawn skeleton horsemen that are gonna come from other part of the map trying to kill you. You've desecrated this, you're gonna die now. Something like that. I think that this will be cool. Yesterday I was adding them, skeleton horsemen. And now scenario, let me check out. We have place pickaxe randomly level scenario. That's a possibility. Spawn bunny wizard scenario. And spawn forest forge protectors. I'm gonna duplicate this one. And we're gonna call it spawn graveyard. Spawn graveyard protectors on destroying tombstone. Long name, but that's how it is. So what we want to do, they have to reward the XP, reward gold, loot and all sorts of things. That's not bad. And minimum radius in tile 16 to 20. That's basically the same thing that we want. Only thing that's gonna be a bit different is the team is 2. It's okay. Units per spawn 1, okay. And max ticks, how many times this can occur? I'd say that per level only 2 times. Notification that we're gonna send out is sinister entities incoming. And the whole this thing blackboard check has to be made unique. And instead of checking number of items crafted, we're gonna check number of tombstone destroyed. Okay. And it's not gonna send out this easy bandit patrol squad. We're gonna create a new one. Skeleton rider. Patrol squad. Okay. Faction. The undead. That's okay. I have to just introduce the hard limit for the dudes. And now what we do is say skeleton horseman. And ghouls. Let's add ghouls. Ghoul and a spike ghoul. And this will send a shiver down your spine. Protectors. Tombstone. Here we go. Skeleton rider patrol squad. Good. Maximum size is 3. Handpicked. I think this is good. Spawn area around player, closest to player. That's good. And flag resource. Number tombstones destroyed. Number tombstones destroyed. Let me just see where I increment some stuff. Number units killed. Or killed something. there's all checks in place here. Uh-huh. Let's say tombstone. This is just checking the unit died. Problem I have, I want to also see when certain thing gets destroyed. Huh. But do I use the event for that? Let me check out my event bus a bit. Events controller. Health component. Health component destroyed event handler. Okay. Owner last attacker. So this is being sent somewhere. In the lawnmower challenge I check for these things. Okay. These blackboard stuff can get expensive if I do a little checkups and so on. So listening to everything, if I cut down every single grass and so on. Huh. Maybe I should take a look if I can somehow decide if I want to emit event at least. By default I would say no, but then for certain ones I would enable it and that would emit the thing. Now where does this get raised, I wonder? In health component, of course. Health component destroyed. I can add a property, export, and then say raise an event for that. True. And I'm gonna implement that. But guys, I'm gonna have to say goodbye for today. I'm gonna have to work on other things a bit, hang out with family, and I'll be back in the evening. But not sure if I can stream in the evening. I'll see. So thank you anyways. We only have like 8 days till early access. Wish listing means really a lot. It helps the algorithm and it helps me, and it doesn't cost you anything. So please give it a wish list if you have the opportunity to, and if you like what you're seeing. And yeah, have a great lovely rest of your day. Okay, so